on my phone. Yo, what is good, everybody? Welcome back to another game dev stream. Last time I saw you guys, I was planning out this system to have a deterministic motion matching system. That's essentially what this is fleshing out to be. It's so that I could deterministically pose match from one animation to another if necessary, but also um, transition from one animation to another smoothly. Um, I did a little bit of work yesterday. I was mostly trying to do like pipeline testing out a pipeline that I want to use, getting everybody up to speed with that. This this morning I was also like testing out a pipeline just to try to find a way to do things where it looks good and it is not against my morals, and also it's not hurting my pockets. There's a certain there's a certain line where my morals kind of are more lenient when I'm thinking about my pockets being hurt. So um, we are making some changes here at the stew, and uh, some people might not like that. I've had this conversation with a couple of with a couple of people. I spoke to an artist like specifically yesterday. Asked her how she felt about like AI and stuff like that. Um, she's against it because of the fact that it takes like the commission jobs away from artists. But I had to explain it from the other side. That's the one thing I think is the problem about this whole AI generation thing, is that these two sides are not communicating. So you have developers who are like pro AI, and you have these artists who are anti AI, but there's no communication between the two sides. So I had a conversation yesterday and like heard the artist side out, like the full artist side out, but also explained it from the point of view of a developer who is also trying to run a business. And she, of course, there's no change in the mind of a person who feels a certain way, but she is at least understanding like why AI is doing like as well as it is doing. And even she agreed that AI is making some really nice like some really nice stuff. Like it's undeniably good. The one thing that we can say is that's AI. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the hating, and that turns back to the whole hating thing, and anything that somebody could hate on you for, they're going to do it. Like even if even if you didn't use AI, you commissioned an artist, you did everything right, people are still going to find something to hate on. So it's inevitable. Someone hating on you or disliking something, that hating is just a way of saying someone disliking what you are doing, what you got going on. um if somebody is disliking what you got going on or what you're trying to do, that's just an inevitable. Like if you're doing anything in this world, there's always going to be somebody that dislikes it. So that's been my mindset. I know I can't afford to pay a character artist X amount of dollars to do something, and then it takes X amount of days or weeks, and then if it's not what I wanted, or if it doesn't look exactly how I envisioned it, I have to pay to change that and pay to change that until it's done. And I can end up spending $500,000, $2,000 on something that I don't even really like. You know what I'm saying? If I go the AI route, at least I know I didn't like lose out on. I might not like it, but at least I didn't lose $500 figuring out whether I was gonna like it or not. You know what I'm saying? So that's the strength of AI, is that I don't have to go broke just to figure out if something's gonna be good for my game. Um, and, there's this huge issue right now in the industry where the people who do contract work just think that there's just a lot of money flowing around. There's not really a lot of money flowing around. In the big studios, that's where all the money's going. You hear the $100 million budgets and well, I think fucking what's this game? Um, Rockstar GTA 6, like $500 million budget or something like that. Like you hear these big budgets and you think, oh, there's so much money in game development. I'm going to do contract work and I'm going to charge people $12,000 for a character because I'm hearing these crazy numbers. But the people who you can actually reach, like the your customer base does not have $12,000 to spend. Your customer base has maximum 1,200, maybe, and that's if they have the money saved up. You know what I'm saying? To where it's not like I'm losing $1,200 and I don't got no more money after this type shit. Um, so I don't know. We just gotta understand each other, I think, at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm definitely using AI. I'm going to be generating uh, quite a bit of stuff until I get to a point where I don't have to, where there's an artist on the team who can do the things that I can't. And uh, I still think art, like, this is just my opinion. I still think 3D generation is still helpful even when you have an artist. Like, not just 3D, just art generation in general is helpful when you have artists. Like if an artist can get to this state, like an artist who has the skills can get to this point right here, if they can get here and have a like a base mesh to work off of, and to where they don't have to make all of this stuff from scratch. They can start extracting these pieces out and refining them and making them like professionally created assets. You know what I'm saying? But it'll shorten the time. It'll lighten the cost, lighten the load. Uh, all at the same time is you can do more work. But that's another thing that the artists kind of I would say is against is because if this is doing half of the work, you have to do double the work that you would normally do. You know what I'm saying about that? If this does half the work, your output needs to be double because you only have to do half the work that you were previously doing. And some artists are not trying to change essentially. But this is a good starting point to start saying, okay, I want to take these shorts and I want to finish them. I want to take this jersey and I want to actually extract it from this mesh. This is a good base mesh. It's high poly. Can take this into pretty much any sculpting program and smooth it out. Let's see, without the texture. You can take it into any program, smooth it out, refine the lines, refine the shapes, and kind of get it to that state where you as an artist, you're still doing the work. But they just got to get over that mindset of like AI is bad, because it's not. Um, if like I said, if you can get to a starting point faster, you finish faster. So imagine spending a week sketching something when you can just do a quick sketch, put it through AI and say, "Hey, is this what you're looking for before I go and finish this?" And I'll be like, "Oh yeah, that looks good. Here, make a change, make this change here, make this change here." And then even then, that's what the artists don't understand is that I'm able to take that and say, "Here's the changes that I want," and I can actually like show you the piece that I want. And that way, we spend less time going back and forth. We spend more time getting the work done. But again, I think artists don't want that because one of their income options is to charge you for changes and iterations. So if there's less iterations, there's less ways for them to make money. So I get it, I understand it. But at the end of the day, some of us are trying to get to the end goal where we got a product release and we can buy more art. You know what I'm saying? That's what artists don't realize. We're trying to get art to get to a point where we can have a product to sell so that we can buy more art. It's beneficial to get us to that point as fast as possible. If you have to take, and I wouldn't even call it a shortcut because AI is still trash. Like AI is still trash. I think I deleted my other mesh that was trash, but it's not. great. You know what I'm saying? Like this right here, if I wanted to use this jacket in my game, you can see there's pockets on the back. Like, what are we doing? This design is incomplete. If you look over here, like this mesh is not ready for a game. Of course, I can run it through the Retopo solution that they have, but this mesh as it is not ready to be put into a game. It's a good starting point though. Like that's a good starting point. This would be a nice place to start where I don't have to make any of this from scratch. You know what I'm saying? So as a 3D artist, knowing that I'm working with a programmer that really doesn't, like, you gotta realize programmers really don't know what they want artistically. We don't know. Like, because we're not artists. We have no idea. Like, we know we want to do something like this, something like that, but we don't know what it is that we want until we see it and it's like, that's it. Um, and it's an expensive thing to get to that point. But if we can reduce the cost of that point, because I mean, most artists charge you because of their time is being spent. So if they spend less time, shit. I'm not saying to charge me less because you spend less time. I'm just saying, like, you charge because you have to invest the time in dealing with someone else's requests. But if we can shorten that time where the request and there's a misunderstanding, then that reduces the cost, not the monetary cost, but it reduces the investment, the investment cost that we both have to put in to get out what we're trying to get out. You're trying to get paid. I'm trying to get an asset as fast as possible, like a good looking asset as fast as possible. If you can take 2 days to generate something that looks decent and then um, spend 3 days uh, perfecting that thing or getting it to the state where it's ready, that's way better than you spending 5 days generating something that looks decent. And I'm like, yeah, could you change this, change that, change this? Now we're dealing with like 7, 10, 14 a month just for one thing, and that's a long ass fucking time. Um, I'm trying to avoid that personally. But enough about that. Yesterday I made this data asset. This basically takes the target animation and it samples it at this rate, and it bakes out the data that we need. We bake out the root motion. We bake out the excuse me. We bake out the root motion. We bake out the um, ball position, the left foot, the right foot position and rotations. And then today, what I want to do is like actually set up the rest of the logic to actually use that data. Now, technically, we won't be able to use that data because um, we only have like one animation per animation move, like per smart move. So we won't be able to do the logic to pose match. But once the logic is in, I'll start making coverage animations and spending some time on that because I should be done. I should be done with this probably end of like close of business tomorrow, and then from was that Saturday on, I should be making different coverage animations. I'm gone in it. I'm gone in it. I'm gone in it. I'm gone in it. Okay, so yeah, let's this actually has to change. So this is gonna be 2 5 2 5, and then we need to add another joint here. Well, actually, it's better to insert below if I could. Yeah, beat it. We gotta remember we play defense. So yeah, we added the rotation here as well to this calculation. So I'm just gonna put it on the graph so that if anybody wants to, eventually I'm going to write an article about this, because if it works, then someone else could use it in their game if they want to do like a game that has animations that are drive and mover. Like you have to do things in a certain way. We got Rainbow. We play defense. Paso Amigo got me leaning. Okay. I'll just leave this here for a reference. All right. Essentially, I think this data asset could get the best pose, or I think the best approach is to use the data asset so that when we go into the coverage, we already know the coverage angle that we're looking for, and we find the smart move that's in that coverage angle T map. So when we get that, we know the data asset that we're working with. So we might as well just use the data asset to find the team that we're looking for, and that should return the start time. That should return. It basically should return the. Ooh, hold on. It should return a structure, I think, that has like the start time. But really, that's it. Like, yeah, realistically, that's it. It just needs to know the start time, because that's how we're determining the frame. Yeah, man, how you doing? What's your Discord? My Discord is on Twitch somewhere. I think I updated the link for it. Eventually, I'm going to start a new Twitch. I'll probably do that tomorrow. I've been trying to get everything over to the new organization, and basically make this a little bit more contiguous. But yeah, my Discord should be inside of my bio and fucking Twitch. But yeah, there needs to be a public function that returns the start time. So this could be a blueprint callable function too. Blueprint pure should be better. No, we'll make it callable because we wanted to have an execution pin, so it only happens once. Let me think here. So this function actually needs to know about the last pose that we were in, which is really like location data in terms of, and that could probably be a structure that just holds like a vector for it just holds all the data that we're looking for essentially. So take this over to, I'm gone in a bit. What the hell? My folder is not in here. Yeah. I don't like that. Sometimes Rider is really weird when it comes to that. My fucking folder is just missing. Like, why is that happening? Hi there. How are you? How's the project? What's good, Elite? Project's going okay. Trying to do a little revamp here. I'm trying to essentially I have to write a pose matching system that runs on the server and is somewhat deterministic, to where the server and the client both agree on the pose of the character, or like not necessarily the pose, but realistically it's mostly for the start frame of the animation that should be transitioned to, and that's just so that when there is root motion in the animation, the client and the server both agree on what that root motion is. Fucking Ryder, bro, what are you doing? Why are you fucking removing my folders? And then, like, why are you trying to save memory and shit? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so this needs to be an F vector. Cool. What was that? You're going to start a new channel? Yeah, this one's old, and I think it's like there's this belief that I have that essentially you'll get stuck in an algorithm if you don't change things. So I'm stuck in an algorithm that doesn't show my content anywhere, like on Twitch, Facebook, um, TikTok. Like I'm like stuck in an algorithm because I instead of creating a new page and designing the content of that page to be geared towards the algorithm that I want to be put in, I transitioned the page to that. And so, like, I got from this page, this is like 2016. I started, like, I was doing gaming at one point. And so, like, I have these followers, but none of the followers view my content because they were here for gaming. And like, I have this new small amount of followers who are actually here for the game development stuff. So I just want to have my channel be built off of game developers and not gamers. Because of course, if I'm not gaming, they won't show up for that shit. Yeah, I'll probably start it tomorrow. It'll be um it'll be under the new brand, which is uh, yeah. As long as this name is available, it'll be under this name right here. That's what I'll use. Okay, so this is the last ball position. And we need a couple of vectors, or a few vectors, and a few rotators. So last left foot position. And then we need rotators for these three. I want to say it's this, but fucking Rider not autocomplete in this. Throw me off. It's like I'm using fucking whatchamacallit. Like I'm using VS Code or some shit. I think this is Parm. I I want to say that's the name of that. Is it I'll create ref term? Yeah, term. I was right at first. You gotta let me know if this all really working, yo. Cool, gonna wait until you set up so is the correct name so I don't lose you in the mass of Twitch streaming. I sent you a friend request on Discord. Yeah, that I don't think that's my Discord name. Yeah. You can accept it now. You're funny. What why would I accept some random person's friend request? We're not friends. How are we gonna be friends? Well, I guess that's the start of a friendship, I guess, in your eyes. But yeah, I'm not sure if you're a bot or not, so I can't accept that friend request until I make sure that you're a human. Okay, fucking Ryder is shitting the absolute bed right now. It's killing me. Uh, I guess I just gotta do this manually. It's not too bad though. This is returning a float. Hey, sit back, if it's really worth it, yeah. I'm sitting down, geek. YSL, DR, Philippe. Okay, so what we want to do here is search through the motion matching windows and find a frame with the lowest I forget, I don't know what I call this thing that I'm talking, like the lowest weight is like the, yeah, basically like the lowest weight or whatever. Um, we also need I'll probably write like a helper function, but I'll do all the typing here and then I'll turn it to a helper function. You gotta let me know if this whole really worth it, yeah. All right, sit back, yo. Is it really worth it, yeah? You know, I wish you could flip this and put this on the right, but let me move this over here. If I could put this on the right and this on the left, that would be great. Hope I can catch you later. I am at work right now. Happy streaming, man. All right, take it easy, brother. Appreciate you stopping through. Okay, so we need, essentially all this is doing like a distance match between the root, ball, whatchamacallit, the root, the ball, the left foot, right foot, and doing some kind of, I don't even know how you match, like how you get the distance of a rotator. Get the angular distance, shortest rotation difference between two rotators. Use delta rotator node. Okay, it's the Kismet delta rotator. Is that in math? Normalized delta rotator. Do we want normalized? I don't want it to be normalized. So we can just get the delta. Okay, that's fine. So it's pretty much the same concepts. It's this minus this. That's the delta. Well, you wouldn't think it's that you wouldn't think it's that easy, which is kind of wild. Um, but we can normalize it so that essentially the rotation is not as important. It's important, but it's not as important as the positioning. So let me do. Matter of fact, I might have to change my weight values. So something like, if we take, let's say if I'm trying to get 5 as my total weight, the ball would be 1. This would be 1.5. This would be 1.5. So that would be 3. And then that would mean that these things would have to be 1, which is not possible. but this is, and I got this wrong. This is not 3. This is actually 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can't count. I think you up. Okay. Easy enough here. We have the last move data that we are on. We have our last evaluation time. But I mean, our last evaluation time is what should give us this. So basically, yeah, we want to go through the windows. Let's say we have a float of the current, or this will be lowest weight. And then we need to iterate over our motion matching windows. So for each motion matching window, we want to basically we'd have to do another iteration over this time. This is kind of really nasty programming. Actually, I think the best way to do it would ooh, that is gonna suck. It's a while loop inside of the, ooh, fuck, that's ass. Ooh, I can get all the keys in a I believe in a curve I can get all the keys inside of a time range, I'm pretty sure. So like if I get my F, how would I go about this? If I get my runtime curve for, I guess we could start with the location. So the ball position. I think we can get all the keys within a certain range. So this is, like I said, this is where this gets kind of difficult, because we have 3 different curves in here, and we want to get all the keys in each curve. So those are our keys for this X curve for position. So this is a const array of, I think this F rich curve key, reference. So X keys equal to this. Yeah, let me know if this whole really working. Yeah. Ooh, flex, my bad. So I think this is where this becomes expensive, but it's just iterating over data, so it shouldn't be too bad. Like in terms of CPU costs, CPU cycles, it's just data. Should parse pretty fast. We could do like a trace. Hold on, what is it? I gotta look at what that is actually. There's a scoped trace. Yes, right here. just to keep an eye on, like, if this gets hot. Okay, so yeah, this would be our ball position. So we know our ball position for each one of these. And basically we want to iterate over the amount of, like, we know how many keys exist. So we don't have to do this. We can go, we just need a value of the keys. So const int 32 key count is equal to our ball position curve dot, and we can just get the keys dot num here, and then and then that's when we could actually like fetch the x, y, and z. So this would be a const float oh okay, so yeah, pretty much the value of this key. Now this gets a little bit harder because when we look at this, we want to check if this curves time value, like this key's value, and these should be, that's the one thing, is that we don't actually know if the key at this integer, well, technically every let me say this right, when the keys are generated, it basically just puts a key down for every like frame that the keys are getting sampled at. So technically the key should be what's the word, it should have enough data to let me know where it is in terms of like the time. So I should just be able to check like I wish there was a way to get like all keys within a, so this is our curve, but you got to pass it in by index. Oh, okay. Oh shit, I'm fucking up. Okay. Yeah, there is. I did this wrong. Okay. So we can actually get the vector out of that based on the time. Oof. Yeah, I still think that would cause a while loop. I think we would still have to do a while in here. So like our start time is, I don't think you can do that. A while loop inside of a for loop? I don't think that's possible. You can place a while loop inside of a for each loop. This is a common practice in nested loop. The inner while loop will execute completely for every single iteration of the outer for each loop. Is that I feel like it's a code smell. While loops 5, a while loop with a for loop inside. See, I'd rather do while loop inside a for each loop. Inside a while loop? God damn. Hmm. Yeah, the reason I think I need to do a while loop is because while we are within the range of this window, we need to compare the distance between these two vectors while we are in that time frame. Come on, let's go find private. And one thing I could do is I could make the motion matching windows an array of indices. So like basically we just get the frames, but I don't know. Hold on. When I bake out the curves, no, that's not what that does. So when we bake this data out, we look for this motion matching window and we just use the time here. But I don't know if there's like anything to get the frame. Yeah. I'm gone in it. I'm gone in it. I'm gone in it. I'm gone in it. Get time, get slot index, get segment index, get link method. It doesn't look like there's a way to get like the frame distance. We get the duration, and I guess based on the duration, we know that animation is 30 FPS most of the time. But what if you got an animation that's 60 FPS? Doesn't look like there's any data to know like what the I do have the sequence here. What is there a way to get the um get number of sample keys? Is there a way to get the number of sample keys within a range? Get number of sample keys. Yeah, that's just like the total of keys. Um, mm, ref frame index. Get time at frame. Um, get frame at time. This might work. So I could essentially take. Well, we would have to know the time. How would I do that? Well, basically, we just need to know the frame at this time. Well, I actually know. Um, Let me think about that. I guess for each window, if I make a window a frame window, I can get the delta of frames and we can iterate over those frames and use, but that's the thing. We still need to use the time of that window to fetch like to match up. But if we know the exact frame number, I guess it wouldn't really matter. Like if I know the exact frame, let me minimize these real quick. If I know the exact frame number, I could use like instead of iterating over the windows, I'd get the window and the window would have the start and end frame number basically. So like imagine a window is from 0 to frame 32. Um I would be able to say, okay, from frame 32, I'll be able to do another nested for each loop instead of a while loop. So from frame 0 to 32, get the key or get the vector for that time. But I don't. I would have to convert that frame to time if that makes any sense. I'm almost thinking that the fucking this needs to be a different data type. It just can't be a FX. It'll be easier for me if it's a more verbose data type where I have more information. because I don't want to do a while loop in here because that'll be ass. But I could do a while loop where right here I have like the starting time, or this is a float. Starting time is equal to w dot x, right? And then in here we'll say while starting time is less than the ending time, then we want to reach into our curve, which is our ball position curve, and get the value at the starting time. But again, if I am trying to get the time at every frame, that's kind of ass. Yeah, I think this needs to be a time, like it needs to be an array of a struct that has the frame and the time, if that makes any sense. And then basically what I need to do up here, minimize you, you're in the way. Essentially what I need to do right here is get the frame at the start time, but that would mean up here I would have to iterate over every frame essentially. God damn it. What's the solution for this where I don't have to do something stupid in every place? So I know I need the time of the curve that I'm trying to get here, or the time that this window is at for this curve. I wish there was a function to get, like to output all values. Let me look at this. It says evaluate, well, external curve, but if not, we eval for the time. So if I do, is there another way? I'm pretty sure if I can give this a fucking get value range. What is this output? Get a range of output values. Min value, max value. Hold on. What does this do? We pass it the min value. Is this the time? Get output, get range of output values, and then get range of input time values outside of this region. So get time range. This start and end. Okay, I need something that lets me choose what the start and end time is, not feeds it to me. I'm gone in a bit. I'm gone in a bit. Let me see here. Well, it's about signing. Get key index, and we can give it the key time. No, that's not good. What do we have in here that is anywhere close to what I need here? Get key value, that's by handle. Get first matching key. Get first, get last key. Copy of keys. Why is there not a get keys in range? Get key time value pair, that's the handle. Okay. Get range of input time values outside this region. Curve contains constantly the start and end values. And then get range of output values. Min value, max value. And I think this just gives me the range of the values. Like, so if I had a value that was -1 and I had a value that was 2, my min value would be -1 and my max value would be 2. But I want to get all of the values from a specific range. So the only thing I can think is basically what I have to do is use the sample rate to evaluate from a specific time to another time, which I'm already kind of doing that in some place. But yeah, so basically, while the starting time is I should probably say less than or equal to this. We'll say less than w dot y. Then we want to evaluate this curve. So we'll get that value, and then we'll take starting time and increase it, basically. That is done. I saw an example of that here. New flex, my bad. So you take the time, and then you increase it here. Lay down. I see you in a while. Yeah. Sample interval. I think this is the sample rate. I might be wrong about that. No, I'm definitely wrong about that. Scar, you could put flex on jersey. Yeah. You gotta let me know if this whole really working, yo. Sit back. Is it really working? Okay, so sample interval is just this const value here. That is this sample rate. Basically, it's the FPS. Now, the sample index, I don't know what we're doing there. Sample index is 0. And then you increment this guy. And then we'll use the time to fetch what we're looking for. Okay, we'll do the same concept here. So sample index, well, we should have this in here. Sample index is 0. We want to do this. And then sample index plus. And we're clamping this in between w.y. And then this is our vector value. And then our so we need to keep track of the distance of the ball. So the ball distance is equal to our ball pose at this time. And we want to do this between, oh, I forgot. Oops. Distance between the ball pose at time and our last move data dot last ball position. And that'll give us our ball position. And then we want to have, we pretty much want to do this for the left foot too. So the left foot dist, right foot dist, and as well as the root dist. We don't actually have root in the, yeah, we don't have root in the fucking, whatchamacallit. Root is not necessary actually, because it should, like, I could see this being important. We'll have to do some tests though. Okay, so yeah, ball this, left foot this, right foot this, and then the delta. Is it a delta rotator? Yeah, that's the only thing about the rotator is that it's a F rotator. I need to know the distance between these two rotations, like as a float value. Okay, so it's typically expressed as an angle in degrees or radians or a normalized float from 0 to 1. The appropriate method depends on whether you're using C++ or blueprints. So, so this will get the specific value, or delta rho equals rotation 1 delta. Okay, to get the difference, and you can access the yaw, pitch, and roll components as float values. You can use a cosine of the dot product of this as a vector and this as a vector, and this will get an angle in radians between the four vectors of the rotation that you may need to convert it to degrees if preferred. And then you got the quaternion get angle. This could be used with quaternions if you're working with them, which is generally more robust for 3D rotations without gimbal lock. It's not necessary. This might be the best approach right here because we want to get the angle difference, basically. And so our calculations, like the wider the angle, the further, you know what I'm saying? Like, so if one rotation is pointing in one direction and another rotation is pointing in this direction, this angle is wider than one that's like this. So the wider the angle, the more inaccurate the actual foot rotation is. So I'm gonna take this as an example. So float, and this is the left. So F math a cosine of the F vector dot product of our this in this case this will be our last move delta, or last move, what's this called, data dot left foot rotation dot vector, and the dot product of the other rotation, which I don't have yet. Okay, so we actually need to, we have to take this. So this is the, we'll say left. And then wait, does this convert the, hold on. So sets the yaw pitch to proper numbers and sets the roll to 0 because the roll can be determined from a vector. Okay, so we don't want that. We don't want that. We want the actual. This is gonna be nasty, but this will be F rotator with the. Yeah, I'm gonna make this small. So I think this is a roll. I think we just went ahead and did it the same way, like roll pitch y'all. Okay. So now we have the left foot rotation. Hold on. Yeah, this should be right. Dot product of our left foot rotation. Oh, I'm an idiot. Did a dot product like this. And then we gotta go. I guess we just should just wrap this. So F math. This guy. Okay. So we have all of these values, and I want to. I almost want to normalize the vectors here to get like a normalized. I'm going to. I'll just get to save normal. I say geeked up. Another thing is whether or not we want to clip the, like for the positions, we want to know if we want to clip the Z value for, like, ignore the Z value for the feet positions. Because as long as the XY, it's going to be rare that we have an animation that has like this foot on the ground and this foot up here. But it's possible that that happens, and so this will cause a distance issue simply because of the Z, like the Z taking over. But these are really close in terms of like where they are on the XY plane. So like if there's an animation that has what's the word I'm looking for? If there is an animation that has like a lot of foot lift in it, it's less likely to find a good match. I mean, if it, essentially this will find the best match with all the things, but we could find a better like location match, because you could think we might have this here as an option to match with, but then we have like a foot that's like this same distance on the XY, and this, in my opinion, is worse than this right here, because this interpolation is more natural. Like taking your foot and lifting it is more natural than your foot sliding on the ground. You get what I'm saying? it'll just be more natural. Because if the foot is already planted, it going up is not going to be a problem. But if it's planted and then it like snaps to here, that's potentially going to be an issue. So I'll add an option for that to whether we want to ignore the Z value of the foot, ignore Z offset, or ignore, or B should make something like this, but whether we should make the what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe distance match vectors as 2D or something like that, like an option like that. I'll just leave the notes. Oops. So we'll leave this to true because I value the XY more than I value the Z. Should pose match for last start move. Okay. So essentially what we want to do is not make these const references since they might need to be edited. Well, not make these const references. Flex, you could put jersey on. Yeah. Left foot pose at time. Right foot pose at time. Okay, so I think they can still be consts because if we do a distance, I think we could do a vector 2D distance. I'm pretty sure. Or is that not a thing? So yeah, essentially, yeah, we can keep these consts. And then here we can say b ignore, and then we'll use f vector 2D distance. If not, we'll do this. Something in that along those lines there. I think you do. Here, I don't feel like typing this out again, and these are wrong anyways. Whoops. Living like King Tut. Supposed to have a call today. I might have to pause the stream right now at work. Maybe not. This how steady. Yeah, the CTS be dumping. I can't stop. Bitch, I'm punching. Bit wide, whoa, wide, yo, jumping. I got hella racks touching. Boy, you broke, you don't touch nothing. Beep. Let's reduce my finger work today. Okay, so we have all these things. We got the ball, left foot, left foot, rotation angle, right foot rotation angle. Now we can do our weight algorithm here, which is just multiplication. So our current weight is equal to our, and then I might even make this something that we can edit the weights. You can like tweak how much something weighs manually, I guess. Where would I put this? Maybe in global, but no, it should be in motion matching because it's specific to that. Where are we? I feel like this should be in. No, that actually, yeah, this should be. If we're motion matching, that's the only time these values are important. Because we don't want to. Well, realistically, this is like editor only data, to be honest with you. We only use these to find the names of the feet. So it's not, we can just remove that from this data asset when, once I test everything works properly. So if we pose matching, we want weight values for each foot. Let's just use this guy. Flat, you can put flat on jersey. Yeah. You gotta let me know if this all really working. Yeah. So left foot is 1.25. Okay, yeah. 200 on a dash. New flick, my bad. Mm. New flex, my bad. New money, yeah, new me. This hoe feeling me. I think this hoe feeling me. Hell, when a lane change. Wake up and I get paid. Okay. So yeah, we can go ahead and bring this back. And then we'll do the 2D joint. Well, I mean, most of the time I'm expecting the root to be on the ground. Like the root should be on the ground no matter what. So we're going to definitely do 2D here. We only really care about the XY. Yep. I'm gone in a bit. 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 So root is root motion position curve, and then the root. This will be down here with these guys. So RM vector. And then this would be root motion rotation curve. I'm gone in a bit. I'm gone in a bit. Last root position. Gotta convert these to 2D vectors. Hey, thank you, Ryder. You're waking up. Been a minute to my day. I put your time in. Hoes on my phone ass right here. That's your why. Bennett, I just hand up Bennett. I want to talk about signing. 10 piece to my fucking dentist. Mother's Day shining. We got ranked, boy. We play defense. Drugs, yeah, got me leaning. Wait, what I call this? Root motion rotation. Yeah, let's go low. Okay. So current weight is equal to ball pose distance times ball position weight. I'll say, I think we gotta just do this the smart way. Plus, come on, goddammit. Times left foot pose distance. Thank you. Come on, Ryder, you almost had it. Thank you. I don't feel like typing. Whoops. And then this would be the root distance. Oh, well, I mean, essentially, if we are doing the root B, pose match with root motion should be, I almost feel like, yeah, it'll be easier to do these naturally and then do the root all by itself. So we have like the root down here, this here as well, and then this here. Same thing with this guy. And then we'll say current weight equals or plus equals root. Sorry, my brain works in a weird way. Root motion weight. And do I want to separate these? I guess they all, yeah, I probably want to separate them. I almost feel like I can go back up to, hold on, where am I at over here? So if I do another 1.25, that'll be, so I can go to 0.5 here, make this small, and yeah, that way like I said, that way the most important thing doesn't change the value as much. But I guess you would want, I don't know if you would want this to be less than 1. Beat it, bro. So I can do 1.5 on these guys, 2.5 on these guys, and then 2.5 on both of these, pretty much, to start out. We got right, but we play defense. Yeah, let go. Cash, yeah, I need it, bro. Hit him with a home run. Hit him with a home run. Come on, let's go find private. Yeah, I'm gone in a bit. I'm gone. Root delta rotation angle. Whoops. Times root motion rotation weight. So that would be 7. And then we can just keep this natural here, where we have the right foot or the left foot delta rotation angle times left foot rotation weight. That's right. And that is right. And once we get down here, what's wrong with you? Assigned but never used. And once we get down here, we say if our current weight is equal to or less than our, I would say if it's less than or equal to, because if there's a frame that is further down the timeline that has a better match, we want to shorten the amount of animation that's playing, basically. So if there's a weight down further down the animation frame that has the same pose, it's best to go to that frame. So yeah, if this is less than or equal to our lowest weight, then we set lowest weight to this. And then that would mean that our start time would be whatever time, it'd be whatever time we're at here. Yeah. I'm gonna rename this to search time. Maybe eval time. And then, yeah, so start time would be equal to eval time. Is you clutching the wet? I pull up in the and keep fucking it up. Keep fucking it up. Soon as data, cause oh, bit cage, y'all. So that means this is still up there somewhere. No. Where's my errors out here? Ah. Soon as they took cuz. All right, so that is the function. What the hell? It says it's reassigning all paths before being read. Is that a bad thing? Beep. Yeah, so this will run. We'll grab our eval time. We'll set this to 0. Grab our eval time from this Windows X value. We'll say if eval time is less than our Windows max value, we'll go ahead and set eval time to the value that is multiplied against the sample index times our interval, which is, 1 divided by 60. This should actually be, I wonder if this value should actually be from the fixed delta time of the, I don't know if that's, I guess that doesn't matter. I could separate these two because you might want to have, you got to think the higher this value is, the closer you get to the pose. Like the closer you can get to the values, like you can get really tight on the values if you're sampling the data at a higher, like a smaller increment, but it also is more performance intensive. So you might want to have this sample at a lower rate to, like, for different platforms. You know what I'm saying? Like different platforms might want to sample this at 20 hertz versus 30 versus 60 for like PC, or 120 for PC or whatever. You know what I mean? Because it's more work on the CPU. So this might actually need to be renamed. So this could be the bake data sample rate. Yeah. And we'll do a display name in here. And then down here, if we are doing pose matching, then we want to have a platform specific like sample rate, but we'll do that in a later time. We'll start it off at 60. Okay, that that is how we're going to find the animation that we're looking for. But we don't need to look for the desired start time if there is if there's only one animation in our. So this function will only get called if there are more. Um, Hold on. Hold on. Where would that be called from? So eventually the evaluator will get to the point where it says, okay, I'm at this coverage angle and I want to get this move for that. If there's only, I guess we could still try to match as close as possible, even if there's only one animation in there. Like even if there's only one coverage animation, or if there's no coverage animation, like we only have one animation, we should still try to match as closely as we can to the last pose, like in terms of where we start in the root motion and in terms of like where the ball is too. I think those things are important, regardless of whether or not we have coverage. But this should get the coverage. This should be called from the thing that is the coverage. So yeah, in this case, this class is pretty much done. We won't be able to see what's going to happen until we test and make sure that this does its job. The next thing would be the generator. No, not the generator, the evaluator. This is basically a script. Ooh. Is it a script state machine? Hold on. Let me figure out what the other type is for the animation state machine. I think it's a ActionScript state machine base. Okay. So that it has like some of these base functions already there. I don't have to rewrite them shits. Mm-hmm. Is you clutching the what? I pull up in it. Can't sing lyrics out loud. Hey, we get some traffic today. It's been kind of dead this week on social media. Well, not. I posted my, I posted my fucking clip of like my Duncan clip on Reddit. Destroy my game, and if you ever need a heat check or you ever need somebody to check that ego or keep that ego in check, post your shit on there, bro. They gonna get you. I thought my shit was okay, but nah, that a lot of people do like state the obvious there too, though, which is one thing that's kind of weird. Like, let's not talk about the obvious things. Of course, if you can see it, I can see. Like, one thing that I'm thinking is that if you say that, like, you can tag it with Flare, and you can say like pre-alpha, alpha, beta, pre-beta, beta type thing. You can like categorize what stage you're in. So like in pre-alpha, if I flare my shit with pre-alpha, I should not be getting feedback about polish because I'm in pre-alpha. Like, why are you talking to me about sound effects and VFX and rim the rim animation being done? Like, I know that stuff needs to happen, but it's not like, and I guess that's how people make games though. Like, I really do think that a lot of creators make games for social media. They don't make the game to to release the game. You get what I'm saying? Like, so they make the game so that they can release a video about the game on social media instead of making the game so that they can release it to Steam or whatever platform. So you spend a lot more time doing stuff that's eye catching instead of working on the systems. Like, the systems are, at the end of the day, the systems are more important than the flair. The flair is what sells the games, but the systems is what keeps people from returning your fucking game. If you have all this shit, all this flair, and then people play the game in the first 90 minutes and they like, this game fucking sucks, return. All that shit that you did with the flair is just a waste of time. Uh, I seen a recent video of the guy. I don't know if you guys know Code. He's like a Unity developer. I want to say one of the first, like, not one of the first, but like one of the bigger blow ups on like Reddit and Twitter and stuff with his game mechanics. And in his video, he talks about how he's quitting that game, and he literally said what I just said earlier. He was making the game basically like with no design, so he was focused more on posting on social media versus designing the game. And I'm pretty sure that's why he's quitting that game, because it's gotten to the point where it's no longer a game. It's just like this machine for generating views and clicks, and it doesn't have like a, it's one dimensional basically is the idea. So yeah, like I said, if I'm posting something in and I'm saying destroy this, and I'm saying, hey, this is pre-alpha, don't do like the obvious thing. That's obvious. I'm not, I haven't done any polish. Like, I haven't added any polish. Like, I have, like, don't get me wrong, I added sound effects, I added the rim we spent the time on stream doing a net simulation to get a good net sim when you shoot the ball. And I'm not even sure. I'm pretty sure that video does not have the new net sim too. So there was no net sim in that video. So it's kind of like, I understand how they were feeling, I guess. Okay, so in this guy, let's get geeked up. Okay. Hmm. We need on simulation tick. This is what's going to be governing everything. Finalize frame. I don't know if we need to override this. Yeah, we'll start with this because this is like the most important part of it. You've been on speed. What is this doing? Okay, nothing. Oh, yeah. System clipboard is unavailable. The hell? All right, Ryder. You is geeked out today, man. I don't have that much stuff open, do I? What is this? Oh, that's my own announcement, I think. pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. So in here, the simulation. Of course, we didn't finish fleshing this out. Like I said, I get bored when I do shit like this. I did as much as I need to, I think. So essentially, we eventually need to diff to find out if a new transition is started. So in order to call this, we have to diff between the current output state and the starting state, because this should run after ActionScript, like processes the abilities, and so those abilities will queue a new transition, and our starting state will have something without the ability in it, and then the output state will have the ability in it. So that's the first thing we need to do. Which also means that we need to go to this data type and add a equals function to it. I do hate you so much, Ryder. I hate you so much. Maybe I need to clear and invalidate the cache or some shit. I think this takes in a const other. This should be okay. I gotta type all this shit out because Ryder is being weird today. I don't think this has. Hold on. I don't think this has an input. No. Let's say geeked up. Oh, it does have an input. I want to search this in my shit so I see how I write these. How I have written these. Yeah. Return the dereference pointer of this not equal. Oh, now you want to fucking wake up, Ryder? I appreciate it. I spelled something wrong here. Oops. Okay. So yeah, in order to diff, we needed that. Also, F sync state basketball is my favorite sport. No, not this one. Basketball status. We can get rid of these. And we could just use the F smart move transition. Okay. All right, cool. Whoa. All right, bet that. So we got our start state, which should have our const F sync state basketball status pointer, and this is our last frame state equal to start state dot sync state data collection find data by type. This guy. And I'm going to get a const pointer of this just to do the comparison, but we'll end up editing. I don't think we actually edit this. Yeah, I don't think we edit this ever here. We might, but I don't think we do. We do need to know the start time, and I believe that needs to be serialized somewhere. I believe that needs to be serialized somewhere. Yeah. I want to say that the start frame would have to be a part of the transition so that we could reach that data. Like it's easily accessible if it's just in here. So this is like the frame that the transition was requested. I should probably change the name of this. We could kind of use this because when you request a transition, you'll have this here, and then once we get the desired time, that desired time would be the evaluation timestamp, and then we'd evaluate that time and come to the next frame when we have an active move in the like the evaluate function. No, we need an evaluation function here. So when we have an active move in the evaluate function, we'll increment this by delta time, fetch that time in the in the data, and then do what we need with that. I get geeked up. Or we can just say fuck it, charge another 4 bytes to the game and say, hey, that the starting time, like the desired starting time, is completely different than the last evaluation timestamp. That'll just be easier to deal with. And then we just gotta go in and duplicate this. -1 minus -1 is actually 0. So go. I guess you could do this. Oh, I would say this is like the hardest part about movers centric stuff, because you have to manually do everything. No money, no me. Okay, not too bad there. So yeah, we'll add that. And then yeah, so if these things are, if they don't exist, we have a problem. It's probably log there, but I'm being lazy. I'm going, yeah. You could put flex on jersey, yeah. You gotta let me know if this already working, yeah. So the thing about diffing these is that they will be different. Well, technically they won't, because we'll put the output into the output state. So that'll be the request. If there's a new, if there's a new move, that'll be put into the output state as a new request with different tags, different start time, whatever. And then if we go to the next frame, the start of that frame will have that time, but we also copy that to the output frame. So when we come to this and we check, hey, are these the same? Like, are they generally the same thing? And realistically, we can just check if the transition to, I could do a little bit. Let's do a little bit more helper stuff with this. We can do, we'll make a little function here. Const, or say bool should trigger new transition. Oops. Return. Say we can do this in 2 ways. If the transition to smart move is not equal to the old move's transition to, and old moves. What did I call this? Not time step. It is the trigger. Wait, didn't I give this a new name? Uh-oh. Request frame, yeah. Request frame is not equal to okay, I see the issue with this now. I just need to do this. I probably could make this static too. New flex, my bad. What the fuck is that sound? Whatever bird that is like on my windowsill. So yeah, we need our, let's make this protected. I don't think anything else needs to call this. And this is our void on start new transition. And this will take in our ActionScript packed state. I what actually? Oh well, we need to evaluate the current smart move and check if it's over. Basically, because once you start this, that does all the things to get the start position, to tell the animation system, hey, we've started. It also applies the tags to you. Search for this, it handles the search. Yeah, so ultimately it does all the work. So we also need a view property. Okay, so one thing I haven't decided is call every frame finds the correct curve positions to apply remotion and broadcast events. Tracks, completed times, handles completed smart moves. So there does need to be like an evaluate function. And I don't have that there. This is probably going to take the output state too. I don't think we need the input state at this point. The output state should have the same data as the input state. Only time we need the input state is to like diff. We might need the time step in this case since we are evaluating. We might even need the time step on both of these. So I'll just be safe. But yeah, here we'll call evaluate smart move with the time step, output state, and then this function should call on smart move complete, pretty much. Or this could return a bool. And if this is false, that means the move is done. Now, this is me thinking on my feet. I haven't planned any of this. So I really don't think we need this to do this. We just probably need the time step here. And then we could probably just use the cache data at this point. And then this should clear the cache so that this function will, this might be a problem, to be honest with you. Yeah, doing this like this might be a problem because in here I would check if we have a cache. If not, I guess we would return true, but that feels dumb. So yeah, I think inside of here, we'll end up calling this. And then this could be void. But I still don't think we need the time step. Okay, so let's flesh out this puppy. Well, I guess we'll write all these out. Definitions real quick. Love. Yo. Okay, so wait, order. This should be here. You got rank, boy. We'll play defense. Drop, man. Got me leaning. Come on, let's go for a private. Yep, I'm gone in a bit. Yeah. So this should be pretty easy. We should just be able to directly. I mean, we could call it through the ActionScript component, but since we have access to the output state, we should just be able to do it directly. Technically, I don't see like a reason to bypass. Yeah, I don't see a reason not to do it. What tag are we applying? That a smart move is active. Yeah. We also have to make that tag too. I don't know if we have a tag for that. I'm gone in a bit. I'm gone in a bit. Been a minute. So we don't have it, but it would be something along the lines like player is doing smart move or something like that. We got right. Well, we play defense. Per se, got me leaning. I don't even know if I need to do this, because this kind of says whether or not it's inactive, but I guess it's just a way to uh, this is more like for me that is active. I know that the inactive state is that this tag doesn't exist. So in order to do that, we need to get the f sync state ActionScript. Yes, active tags. Oh shit. Hit on with a home run. Hit on with a home run. Dot add tag. Tag to add is the basketball tags. Player is doing smart move. I don't know what this type is. I have to rewrite this. I'm going to fucking dread having to rewrite this, by the way. Because in most cases, we want all of our tags to be replicated to all here. What is this? Gameplay tag replication target. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this system is part of the reason why the game was crashing. I think. I'm not 100% sure. Only way I can test it is by changing it and seeing if it still crashes after a certain amount of time. So yeah, apply the gameplay tag that we've started a smart move. That should trigger the animation system to start running. And then we need to do the search, which will find the correct smart move data based on the information on our current move. We still have our current move, but it's probably pointless to even, well, I would say we can check this in two ways. So if this, like the current smart move is valid, like if this object is valid, that means we were in a move and we transition. Okay. I gotta say dot get. What? Put an incomplete type. Okay. I mean, does that mean this was not a problem? Okay, so yeah, if this is valid, we are transitioning from another move. Uh, so there's two edge cases for this. If we were in a previous move and the move that we are transitioning to does not pose match with the last move, we don't actually care about this. So I'm actually going to get the move that we want to transition to. This, God damn it. Can I spell today? Transition to is equal to null pointer. But technically I have a function for this already. It just doesn't give me the data. It gives me the entire it gives me the montage. Where I want the data. Excuse me. This is in libraries. Where is this at? I might have put this in the more generic spot. Or maybe it's player animation. No? Where did I put this? Don't tell me the fucking file is probably not showing. There is a function to get the smart move from, yeah, basketball data generator. Where the fuck is this class at? Smart move section. Okay. This is in node library. Okay. Makes sense. Hit on with a home run. Come on, let's go for our private. The hoe it from the project. So yeah, this gets anim sequence base, but we actually want this to return. I'm gonna leave this function because it might be something that gets used, but we want the u smart move data pointer here. Is you clutching or what? Okay, this function matches this one, but it just doesn't return a whatchamacallit. And I think we got to go into this database and actually swap out the, you know what? I actually can't keep that function because this database is the same database that I want to use. And it has this smart move table like this, but realistically, this is data now. This turned into smart move library, smart move sections, and this holds the move set that holds a gameplay soft object. Nah, it doesn't hold this. It holds this actually. Smart move sections. So that's the move, and this is the sections of the move. And like I said, we no longer need categories. I don't think we need categories anymore. So I'm about to break a lot of shit, but should be okay. And then this library holds the coverage of this guy. This holds the sections for each one of these move libraries. So start, loop, end, and then this is the data that gets fed into this. So we actually need to make a couple more classes real quick. I am hungry, but I'm ignoring it. Data assets, we need the, whoops. We need the smart move library. Yes. Soon as they took us. I know it's a lot of objects being passed around. That's better for organization. And this has a view property, edit anywhere. I say blueprint. Read only. Don't need a category. This could be the T object pointer. Oops. T map that uses a int32 for our T object pointer of use smart move data, and this is our coverage map. And I need a constructor here so that I can initialize this with the values that I want. Library. And when this gets constructed, we want to take this coverage map and add a value for 180. Oh, I think we're going 30 degrees, 150, 120, 90, 60, 30, and then 0. You have to do 0 last because you can't go 0 first. It'll trip out. So yeah, we'll have coverage for all of those angles. And with the Smart Move library, we can then add the Smart Move sections. I know, right? You data asset. And this just has a public move section. I'm gonna initialize this too. So we'll make a constructor as well. And then your property T map of E smart move section and use smart move library. Oops. Let's just make this easier for me. Oops. Need to do that because T maps are fucking stupid. You can't have, I guess that's only in blueprints where if you have a enum that has start first, another thing second, and you put start first, it won't let you create this one because you can't have the same key and it won't automatically choose the next key, which is dumb. So you got to have none in there so that you could always add a new key. Okay. And then in our smart move database, finally, we need to have the identifier and then the move set. Just go ahead and rename this. This needs to be UT. I want to say this is supposed to be a soft pointer. Yeah. Gotta let you know that this all really working. Yeah. We don't need these data types. So technically I could have done these as just structs, but the reason I'm making them classes is so that if I want to change a specific like sections move set, you know what I'm saying? Like if I just want to change that, I don't have to go into here, drop down into the thing, find the one I'm looking for, and then change it out. I don't know if you guys ever see me like work with this, but it's really ass when you gotta add a lot of different data. So instead, I could basically doing this in a I don't want to say data driven way, but it's a data oriented way. Is like I could have this asset that has these moves in it, and then if I want to test a different set of moves in that same slot, I could just put this there and still have this data in case I want to go back. But you can think if I had like the monolith where it was like how it was before, I would essentially have like the data inside of here. So this would have the thing that I would call the sections inside of it, and then the sections would have the thing that's inside of them. So I don't know if you guys can see this, but essentially every time I want to make a change to like this section, I would have to come in and replace all of the data in that entry. And if I want to go back, I have to go search in my content browser and replace all that data with the original data. But now I'll just be able to swap out. I'll change the data one time in the asset and then just swap the asset completely. Just makes it a lot easier. It makes it easier to scale. I want to have a lot of animations. I want to have a lot of animation options for the players. So I don't want to have to be manually assigning 3 animations just to test that a move set works together. But yeah, so yeah, we got that, and then that's probably gonna break that other function, which is here. This function is probably gonna be broken. We can still use it, but it's kind of ass. We can use its process though. I guess we already got that. Okay, so the way that this needs to work is we need to know what move we're trying to do, and we need to know which database that move is in. That's it. Those are the only 2 things we need. We don't need this category thing anymore. We need the move that we're trying to do and the database that it's in. And let me change the name of these things. We don't need this anymore. Well, technically we do. Yeah, we still need the section because that returns the actual data that we need. So yes. But realistically, this is going to ooh. When we use a section, we're actually going to end up getting a library. And from the library, we need to know if there is a coverage angle. Like if there is a coverage angle. Yeah, so this needs to take in an int32 for the 200 on a dash. New flex, my bad. Oh me. Okay. New money. I gotta maintain. You know when the lane change. Wake up and I get paid. Bitch, you gonna sit, wait, pull up, lay down. No, no. You gotta let me know if this already working, yo. All right. So we're looking for this guy to be valid. Tag the search, this guy. We're going into our game data. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I guess I would still have these in the same spot. Essentially, they would still be in the same spot. 200 on the dash, 2 flat, my bad. So yeah, this move set. Let me think about this. So the move set is what will hold. So if I have a move called crossover left to right, that'll hold these objects or that section's object. So we don't necessarily need a category. This is looking for the actual motion name or the smart move ID, which I don't know why we're doing this. Why are we catching that right there? Yeah, I don't know why we're just not fucking using this, but fucking dumb. What am I doing, dude? Okay. Yeah, we're looking for. I think I had a nested map at first. Yeah, so there used to be like a category of move, quick air, whatever, like quick air, quick ground. I guess that might actually be necessary still. Hold on, let me do a little bit of soul searching here. So before rewriting this, the way that a move would get selected was based on some type of parameters that determine whether we were on the ground, whether we were we had to be like, if we want to do a dribble move, we had to be grounded, we had to have the ball in our hand, and we need to pretty much we need to be not activating the same move at the same time, like the same move 2 times in a row. But with the smart move, all I'm going to do is I'm going to categorize the different databases. So the dribble database is going to be just dribble moves. So if you activate a smart move and that move is a dribble move, we will ultimately end up looking at a dribble move database. And I could do a thing in my game. Like I could do something in the game data where I separate the databases out to make the search a little bit easier, because you can think when this scales, there's going to be like, let's just say right now I have the default dribble move database, but there's going to be this player's dribble move set, this player's dribble move set, this player's dribble move set. And so it'll just be easier to search instead of searching through all of the different possible databases because the smart move database is like this global thing. It could be for melee tackles, stuff like that. It could also be for off like defensive like maneuvering. It could also be used for dribbles. It's also used for dunking. So there needs to be like a separation of layers so that um, we don't have to search all of the databases just to find one. We just search in that group, and we'll add like we'll still, that means we'll still need to have like the group category, like the group tag, but that would not be necessarily for this guy. It I'm sorry, for this guy down here, this motion category to search. It'll instead be for this. This is where the motion category stuff will be at. So instead of this being a T array, this needs to be a map. And it does still need to hold an array of data assets. So that is still something that needs to happen. Let's just make the data type up here. F smart move. Well, what is these called? These are called generic animation tables. Sure problem. Oh. New flex. My bad. Okay, I want this type, not the fucking whatchamacallit. God damn it, what was this called? Jesus Christ. Can I do anything right today? I think it's because I'm hungry. Here, let's do this. And replace this. Thank you. And this needs to be F animation. There we go. Say less. We don't need to do this anymore. I think we did. I think we do need to make like a category. I don't know how I want to organize these, because if I use smart move, that will point to the actual moves too. We can do smart move group maybe. Yeah. Okay, and then back to this guy. You gotta let me know if this are really working, yeah. What? That's not the type? Can I convert this to a reference? Why not? Why not? Okay, we'll have to, let me fix this real quick. So we still need to know the smart move group ID. So I had the right idea. It's being done incorrectly. Let's just add this guy. We don't want to do any hard work here. I'm gone in a bit. I'm gone in a bit. And so we're looking through here. Well, actually, we don't even have to iterate over this. We can just say if this guy, well, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, we'll say if this Lyra game data dot generic animation tables contains our smart move group ID, then we'll do this logic, which should iterate over the table array. Hit him with a home run. Hit him with a home run. What am I doing? Whoops. Smart move group ID. And then we are actually trying to iterate over just this. Yeah, so for each table, we are trying to cast the table. Well, wait, this gives me the value, right? I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's like that. Generic animation tables, and then this is the array data assets. There we go. What's wrong with you? Cannot convert view data asset const to const T array. Wait, why is this a singular? This should be an array. What? Cannot convert udata asset const to type T array udata asset pointer reference. Why? Okay, let's just do this a simple way. Okay, what's your problem? Why is this returning? What? Oh, I'm dumb as hell. Yeah, I gotta go get a snack. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I got to go get a snack. How many people caught that? Like, what is this dude doing? How is he almost done with a video game? How foolish is this guy? What's good, EW? Yeah, I'm like losing my mind over here. I gotta go get a snack. My brain is like running on fumes, man. Okay, so once we get into the move set, we're trying to find this guy's sections. Wait, no, move set. This gives me that actually gives me the section. And we don't need to do this anymore. Yeah, we don't. Ooh, well, I would say in the move set, at this contains, because this is an object that has something in it. So it'll be better if I just do this. It will be better if I get the object that I'm looking for, which is here, we'll say load synchronous. And that's my smart move sections. Oops, minus. What am I doing? All right, so if we don't have this, there's a problem. I guess we can continue at this point. And then this is the thing that actually has our whatchamacallit. So we also want to check if this does not contain, sections, sections contains the section that we're in, the section that we want. I know that sounds stupid, but yeah, I'll rename this to just S, so it doesn't look so dumb. So yeah, if this doesn't have the section that we're looking for, continue. And also if the because it's possible that the value in that section is a null pointer, like it's very much possible. So we need to also check for that. But I guess it's fine. If we return a null pointer, we just return a null pointer, and that's fine. We'll just check for that in the next place. So that is the wrong data type. And this would be we're missing a whatchamacallit. Okay, so this would be S sections. I mean, I don't need to do this, to be honest with you. I don't need to do this at all. I just need to say to play equals S at this section, like that, right? Oh, sections at that section. Wait, what? E smart move section. This is the smart move library. Oh, that is right. Okay, that is the problem. So we don't actually know which thing we want. God damn it. Okay, so you smart move library pointer is equal to this. If we don't have this, that's a problem. Continue. From here, this is where we use the coverage angle. So if the coverage angle of like our passing coverage angle is equal to index none, then to play is actually equal to lib.default move data. Else we want to check if the lib coverage map contains, if it contains this thing, this coverage angle. I'm writing code like fucking that's how Code Monkey writes code. He'll start typing out the thing and then he'll do it from the right to the left. Right. So yeah, if so, we want to do, yeah, that's right. We want to give it the coverage map here. But if it doesn't contain it, I wonder if this is a value, we would want to get the closest angle to this coverage. So like find the closest one. Let's write a function on here. And this will return I'll make it a blueprint callable function too. Blueprint pure. And then we'll say use smart move data pointer. Get closest smart move data. And this will be based on the coverage angle. This function could be const too. We're not changing anything on this data thing, on this data asset. So yeah, basically we want to get our coverage angle, and we already know that this coverage angle is not equal to any of these, but we'll essentially go with the delta, like the one that has the smallest delta. So one coverage angle minus our angle, that's the whichever one has the smallest difference is the one that we'll use. So we'll say int 32 current or lowest delta is equal to int 32 max. I think this might not work on Linux. I've had a problem where Linux doesn't compile this correctly, which is kind of stupid. So int 32 current delta. And then we'll iterate over these guys over the coverage map. Oh my god. This is a const, I guess a tuple of int 32, and you smart move data. Oop. Okay. Yeah, I'm missing one. Okay, this is the D pause coverage map, and basically we'll do the d dot value minus the coverage angle. Oh, key. Yep. Yep. And then result is equal to the value. I'll return result here. Okay. Current delta equals current delta. Arguments can be deduced. You say that, and then I compile, and you fucking don't compile correctly. Okay, so if this thing contains it, we'll find it. If not, we'll do lib get closest. Yeah, I want to rename that. I like find. No, don't use that. Yeah. Score. You can put foot on jersey. Yeah. You gotta let me know if this whole really working, yo. What? What's wrong with you? Oh, jeez. Oh, this has to be, one of these has to be .get, I think. There we go. All right, cool. So based on the coverage angle that we pass in, we'll find this puppy here, and then return that. If we don't have this, we'll just go to the fallback table. Go to the fallback table, and I'll pretty much do this the same concept as this right here, like this or this. Yeah, it's the same stuff right here, but this is fallback table instead. Could probably make this a helper function, this right here, or this right here. Yeah, in this case, we'll return null pointer because it could get hectic. I guess it's not that bad. Hold on. If live to play equals no. Oh no. Since we search into those, that's actually going to be a problem. The way I was doing that earlier, I was actually using like a data, like a data type. But wow, now that I think about it, that is probably why we were crashing. Hold on. Let's look at this diff. I think that's why. Well, no, it said trying to resize an array, but I think so. Didn't somebody get like an index out of bounds array or something like that? Because if that is the case, this is the reason why. I think I didn't return null pointer here at the bottom. Oh no, I check. Okay, we do a double check here. That's why. So yeah, we check if this thing had that, and then we check if this thing that we found, the thing that's in that, if it contains the thing that we're looking for. And that's the only way that we go into this code here. Okay. You gotta let me know if this whole really working, yo. Okay. This looks fine. So now we actually need to call this function from here. So this would be basketball data generator library, get smart move data from tag, the role context object. I'd use the driver for that. The driver and the smart move ID, that's the transition to smart move. Database ID, that is also in the transition move, I think. Yeah. So we can go ahead and grab this transition. Const F state basketball status. This is our, I'll just call it T or state like that. Say output state dot data collection. Yep. If we don't have that, yes, return. And then basically we want a const F smart move transition reference from our state. And that is our active move. All right, this is getting a little tight, but should be all right. So yeah, this takes in context object, move ID, move data asset ID, and move group ID. We might actually have to pass that into here now too. Because from here, we don't know. We actually don't know the, oof, holy. We at least need to know the group ID. The reason I'm doing it in a way, I'm trying to be slim with it, because when the sim proxy goes to fetch this data, the sim proxy does only need this. But hindsight 2020, they do need to, now since I made the categories a certain way, or I organized on the data assets so that the group is sectioned off by different move types. So one could be dribble, one could be dunk. We actually do have to share that data with the sim proxy now. But I did write somewhere that this is actually supposed to search a global replicated variable. Like, if I'm not mistaken, this is supposed to search in this. when you pass this thing the smart move ID, or when you iterate over this array of replicated structures, you find the one that has a smart move ID, and then you can fetch the smart move database ID. But I guess we can also, that fucking hurts my heart. I'll probably do a custom net serializer for this too, so that it doesn't. I'm pretty sure I'm using fast replication for tags, so it should be 2 bytes a piece for each one of these tags, so it shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, this is going to need to know the smart move. Smart move group ID. But yeah, once I implement this, we won't have to put that data in here. I mean, I'm just gonna do it anyways because I want to see the system work how it's supposed to. I think I said that this could be saved on the player. The hard thing about this is that when you start doing stuff like this, you gotta start writing your backend stuff, like how your backend flows. And I don't really want to bring the backend into this just yet. It adds it adds a whole nother layer of complication to stuff. Um, the easiest way to do this right now is just to send this data through the sync state, and this way I don't have to come up with a way to like create a default like array of these things. But realistically, what I could do is have the data there, and if we still need to know, like we still would need to know the move and where it is in terms of like the group ID. I'm thinking I could do some shit where it's like if the transition to ID has or contains the word dribble in it, like you can do stuff like that, but then you're doing like you're doing a string comparison on something that's running every frame, which is not necessarily the best in terms of like performance wise. That's I would have, because I'm basically comparing an array of characters just to figure out if this thing is a dribble move versus just having the dribble group accessible. I don't know. I do think in here we should send the group ID instead of trying to save it here. If we send the group ID through this through this transition, we should be able to find everything else that we need, to be honest. And then we can have this empty array on our player, and we can say, hey, if this is empty, just use the default move database. So I would need to store like the default database ID somewhere, and maybe inside the game data as well. That would be the easiest place to put it because I'm already kind of there. I'm sorry, this needs to be. We only need to. This would be the smart move group ID. No, we gotta go in here and fix these. Oh, jeez. Come. Stop moving that at the last second, Ryder. I figured you out. That's why I was able to do it this time. Okay, net serialize. And then let's do another copy of this. And we need to do this for the delta serialization. Different group. Oh, geez. All right, cool. And then let me just add this to the player while I'll remember it. Rep notified. Okay. So yeah. Let's go to. Wait, where's that? What is this? Effect preferences? Is this an array or something? Okay. Yeah. Let's do T array of F custom smart move option. We will include it, and this is our custom move set. I forget what I called this. I don't think I gave it a name. We alright, boy. We play defense, and we need a getter for this. I'll probably take that to here, maybe, just so that it's something I can call in blueprints without relying on the F custom move. What smart move option forward declaration is fine, I think. So get custom move set. This can be const. And we actually have to include that now. Then I'm thinking about it. Where's my interface functions at? Here we go. What is that icon? The fuck was that? Return custom move set. And then last but not least, we just need to replicate this thing. What's wrong with you? I don't understand. It's not accessible from this class. Wait, why? There's gotta be a bug somewhere. Get up on my face, y'all. What the hell is this? I don't understand how that is just randomly breaking. Face, y'all. There's got to be some other issue somewhere. I'm not certain how that's happened. I don't know. Maybe that's a false negative. We'll see. We'll see what the compilation error is because I'm not trying to worry about that right now. All right. So we need to get our player. And we should probably get him up here. Okay, if we don't have a driver, there's a problem. Let's just return here, and then I guess we can do this a little bit smarter. I kind of don't like doing this, but I guess we don't need the basketball one. It would be nice to use the basketball one just in case. All right, let me just make a function right here to just be easier for me. Whoops. So this is going to return a U basketball. Oh, you know what? That's actually going to cause a circular dependency, unfortunately. So I gotta do. I think I can actually cast this, but I want to say if this is a null pointer, that might crash. I'm not 100% sure. I think that'll crash. Okay, so we also want our pawn. I guess we can do the pawn here. I fucking hate this. Yeah, I think if you cast with a null pointer, it'll crash. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so yeah, we can skip this. I'm trusting AI. Okay, so our A basketball player character is equal to a cast from our from this guy's owner. Okay, once we have that, we are cooking with grease. So yeah, here we can get down here and we could check whether or not if we have a like a stored might need to make a helper function on here so that I don't have to do it. Where's my public estimated blueprint here? It should return a F gameplay tag. And it should be get custom move database ID. Taking const F tag. Oh my fucking god, I'm on the wrong place. Son of a bitch. I still haven't gotten that snack, by the way. It's what happens sometimes. You just get fucking locked in, dude. If our custom moveset is empty, return a Um, F gameplay tag, empty tag. Else we want to iterate over this fucking custom move set. Okay. I could have wrote that on the script component, but it's just better to do it here. So we want to say const f gameplay tag our we actually don't have the liar data here. We need to get that too. Fucking Christ, man. And this is our move or database. This is equal to PC dot from our t dot transition 2. Yeah, transition 2. If realistically, if this is equal to our hold on, like if this is valid, we'll use that. Well, it'll be easier to do like this, not make this const. And then if this thing is not valid, then we'll waste the time to get the, and we actually want const Lyra. Ooh, here it is. New honey on the dash, new flex, my bad. New money, new me. This whole feeling me. I think this whole feeling me. The penalty. We want to say default move group IDs. See, that's the thing. How do we know for what move like if the default group is for dribble moves, how do we detect that we need to get the default dribble move ID? You know what I'm saying? I think that becomes a little bit complex. Yeah, I'm gonna get a snack real quick before I faint. All right, I'm back. Got some watermelon, some pineapple, water-based fruits. Get me going. Keep me hydrated at the same time. Yeah. So what I was thinking about before I left was there's no way to know what the default tag is for the smart move that we're trying to activate because we don't know what type of move we're trying to activate. So the only other thing I could do is have like a because that would suck ass. The one thing I could do is get all the moves and then initialize the player's saved moves with default values. But that feels ass. Oh my. Let me think here. Yeah, because the whole reason behind not doing that is I don't want to have this. Oh, now you want to work? I don't want to have this big ass array that just is telling me, hey, you got a default move there. Because you can think there's 8 moves per move group, and if I got 12 move groups, I got fucking 96 2 byte or 4 byte data structures that are just telling me I got default. Like I don't need that information. I don't need that replicated. But I don't know another solution is the problem. I don't need that kind of data in my life. So I'm almost at that point where I want to do a string. Since this only happens once during the transition, it won't be as bad as I'm saying, as I said earlier, where we do a string comparison and say, hey, if this dude doesn't have a valid database like stored in their custom moves, and this move is a dribble move, we want to use the dribble move group. But again, where am I storing this default shit? I can't store it on the game data because the game data is like a global thing. It's not specific to basketball. That's why most of the data types on there are like generic names, generic animation table, generic whatever, sound library, whatever. Hmm. I could store it on this evaluator. I can make this evaluator a blueprint, but I don't know how useful that. I guess that would be useful. One thing I could have is like a T map that has the default name as the key. So it has the default the default database ID as the key, and then the value is a tag container that holds all of the the move names, and we iterate. We take our move that we're transitioning to, and we iterate over that array or that map, and then we'd end up saying, "Hey, does this entry's value contain us in it?" And if it does, then we'll just use that because that's the default ID for that move. But I mean, I wonder if that's more expensive than just checking whether the string has a certain word, because you gotta think for the word I'll have to store that too. So like, what word is dribble? What word is this? You know what I'm saying? So the T map idea is probably gonna be the best, and then we're gonna have to make this a blueprintable thing. I think the base class is blueprintable. Yeah, cool. So yeah, we'll go ahead and put a T map on here. F gameplay tag. Like I said, I love tags. F gameplay tag. F gameplay tag container. And then this is going to be our category. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we need this category because there's not going to be that. There's not going to be any properties on here really. So yeah, we don't even need to do this here. For each of this default database ID map tuple, it could be a const reference. We're saying if our ID map dot value has tag exact, or if I had this tag exact for our t dot transition to, then that is the database that we want to use. And then we could break this. Whoops. Okay. If this shit is still not valid here, there's a problem. I probably should log, but again, laziness. Okay. So smart move ID, smart move database ID, and smart move group ID. So smart move ID is, I'm gonna take this to the next line so it doesn't get stupid. T transition to database is database. T group ID. The coverage angle, which we do not know. Well, actually, we do know because technically we don't know that. And we don't have a fallback data table for this, but I wouldn't want a fallback data table. I would want this to pretty much produce a move. Okay, so the only way we know what the last coverage was is to get the move. So this also needs to be const yeah, this will work in 32. And this is our coverage angle. And I think the best approach for this is to do this like this. We'll set this to index none by default. And then if we have an old smart move data, we have this old current smart move. Then we want to fetch some data from it. Realistically, this will come from that coverage angle curve. Some of these things need to be protected. I think all of these need to be protected. Yeah, pretty much all of this should need to be protected. We don't need to see this. We only need to see this data. Okay. So, yeah. From this curve, I guess we would want to know, I hate that they, yeah, we could just say get rich curve dot keys is empty. If this is empty, then our coverage angle is still index none. Yeah. So yeah, if this is empty, this is still index none. If not, we want to get the, we actually want to get the value, which I think is a function. Get, no, rich curve dot eval. Yeah. So time would be our t dot last evaluation timestamp, which I believe is a float. Yeah. So yeah, we'll get that time there, and then we'll use. I think this returns a float. Yeah, this will return a float, so we want to just cast this to an int32 like that. If not, I think it won't compile. It might compile. And then coverage angle here. What? Oh, section. Shit. Oh, shit. Ooh, shit. I guess we would always. Ooh, shit. We actually do need to know what section. Like some, the dribble moves. The dribble moves would be. I could make it to where we always start on the start section, and then like dribble moves, you would put the dribble move in the start section, but that feels a little weird because that would mess up the animation part of it, like the animation blueprint side of it. So I think we're going to have to ooh. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. That's a tough one. I mean, I don't want to have to serialize this section, bro. But I mean, that's partially what a request is for. The thing about the way that I'm doing this request is that I'm actually kind of cucking myself because there's some data you don't really have to serialize, like the smart group ID. I guess you do have to serialize that for the sim proxies do need to know that so that they can fetch the same function, and they do need to know the section. So either way, yeah, it is going to get serialized. So might as well just do it. Jesus Christ. Okay, I think this is a blueprint type. So yeah, this structure is getting way bigger than I wanted it to be, but it's okay. I'm out personally. Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right, we gotta do this again. So go there. And I mean, we would want to transition. We would want to transition if we send the same move but a different section, like to trigger the section to go somewhere else. That technically would be something that I would want to do. I'm not going to worry about that right now, but I believe that's something that I would want to do, like manually trigger a part of something to happen, because that's pretty much what I want to do when yeah, actually I have to worry about it right now. That's pretty much what I want to do if I um whatchamacallit, when I'm dunking. Like that's pretty much how the dunks will work. I trigger a transition manually. So we'll do here. Yeah, if we got a new section, we want to trigger this transition, and then we can use the. We gotta serialize that though, real quick. I say geeked up. Whole byte, but I think that can get serialized down to a bit if I wanted to. Okay. I mean, is it worth? I guess it's cheaper than a byte at the end of the day. Whoops. Cheaper than a byte. That's what we're going for. Different section. Oops. Oh my God. Yep. So yeah, that's, and then we'll keep this at null pointer. I'm going. I'm going. You scoring. You can put flex on. There's yeah. You gotta let me know if this already working. Yeah. Okay, so if we have this, that's when we want to do the. We want to do the pose match on this thing. So we already will have the old data. So we would end up. We know. Hold on. Let me think about this. So we would want to get our new move and say pose match to this move's data, which means that these data assets need to be able to construct. They pretty much need to be able to construct this data right here. I say geeked up. Okay, this needs to return a F last smart move data. And pretty much all we want to do is son of a gun. Hold on. I forget what's in here. Oh, we need to know the last eval time. Last ball position is equal to our ball position curve dot get value at the last eval time. A result dot last left foot rotation is equal to ball. Oops. Left foot rotation curve. Yep. Wait. Whoa. Fuck. We gotta convert this to a rotator. That's right. You gotta let me know if this whole really working out. $200 on the dash. New flex. My bad. Whoops. Root motion. Rotation curve. Hold up. You know what I'm thinking right now is the last eval time should be the time minus the time that we're at minus a frame, which could be what's good, squirrel? Which could be a throw off. I don't know if it'll throw the system off though. Excuse me, I'm smacking and shit. Okay, let's go ahead and make this rotator. God damn it. Thank you. Come on, do it for me. Do it for me, Ryder. What do you want to know about cast? Oh, I was checking if you cast with a null pointer, would it crash? So that way I didn't have to That way I didn't have to get the base type, check if that was null, and then cast it to the type that I actually want to use. I just want to get the type and then cast it to the type that I want to use. And if it's null, uh, essentially not deal with the crash. Const f rotetar. Come on. Thank you. And then rotation is left foot rotation. Left foot rotation. No. Well, no, that's not right. This would be left foot position curve. And then, I mean, I can just copy these two. Replace this with right. And then the results, last root position is equal to the root motion position curve, get the value, result, last root rotation equal to RMR. And then return the good old result. Say less. All right, so we got that. So yeah, this our move to transition to, we need to pose match it with the current move that we're on, if it's valid. Const f last smart move data. This is equal, well, last move. We'll do last move data. And this is equal to our current smart move that get is that in the protected section? Get last move data. And then the eval time is actually, let's make a const float here. This is actually a double, but we'll make it to a float. So last eval time, because by the time, actually, so that would be a reason why we need the starting state. So that'd be like the only reason, so that I don't have to do like some weird math with the current time minus, because this timestamp, it should give me an accurate result, but it's just better to get the actual eval time that was stored inside of the fucking the whatchamacallit, like inside of the state, inside of the good old sync state. Even if the object is being garbage collected. Oh, that might be a problem, yeah. None of the objects should be garbage collected though. My pawn will never get destroyed, so that means none of their components will ever get destroyed until the game is over. Really, until they leave the server. Like, really, until the server shuts down after they leave. But yeah, if I want to do this like in a game where your player could die, then you destroy that pawn and bring another one back. I honestly think destroying the pawn and bringing them back is more complex than just moving the pawn and resetting their state. Like, I think that it's way easier to have a function that just refreshes the state to default versus destroying, because there's functionality running every frame. You destroy, and I guess that means you would have to write it to kind of be prepared for the pawn to be destroyed at any point in the frame. Yeah, I truly think any game that I make, if there is a death, I will never like destroy the pawn. One, because I know that that is like destroying and spawning something is literally the most expensive thing you can do on the server. I'm trying to only do that shit once. We skating to one song only. So you getting spawned once, you getting destroyed once when you leave. And if you like leave and come back, we'll spawn you again. But finishing up my fruit. We're only 3.5 hours in. I might finish this today. At least like the first wave of stuff, so I can test like the the path of the code. I'm telling you, pineapple. I'm sorry, watermelon with pineapple juice like on it is really good. I'm not a real fan of like watermelon, but it combined with pineapple. Oof. Okay, I forgot what I was doing here. Oh yeah. Const f sync state bath boss data. Do I already have this somewhere? Equals start state dot sync state data collection. Thank you. Right, if I understand, I'm not trying to type everything. If we don't have this, that's a problem. Then we want to get the transition. Wait, no. Last evaluation timestamp, and then we'll pass that there. So that gives me the data I need, and then we could take our new move. We also want to bypass this. So if we have this move, and yeah, of course we have this move too, and this value to oof. Okay, so that needs to be public. I just saw something over there. This needs to be public by itself. I would almost say that. Let's just do this. Could have made a function, but fuck it. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, so if we have a current smart move, we have a move to transition 2, and our move to transition 2 is supposed to pose match with the last move. Then we'll say move to transition 2 dot get, hold on. Should I just call this function pose match because it's just way better? I think it's called get desired start time. Let's be all pretty and shit. There is a, what is it? It's uparam. I forget the fucking name of this uparam display name or some shit like that. Okay, so pose match. This will give us the time that we should start this, the move, and then pretty much everything that operates from that move will have that start inside of the start time inside of the mutable. Where is this at? I actually don't have it here. Here, let's just go ahead and make a F, and this is in the basketball. So sync state, basketball status, and this is the mutable basketball state. Find, okay, and then in here, we want to set this mutable basketball state dot active move dot desired start time equal to this. If not, the desired start time is going to be 0 because that's what the default is, I believe. Or it might be -1, but we'll set it to 0 when we request, when we actually request a transition. Excuse me. Now, one thing that's going to be a little bit awkward is dunks. Dunks shouldn't pose match. We want those to just take over. And yeah, I don't want them to pose match. So only dribble moves will ever enter this if block. And once we get this starting time, this is when we want to apply like the layered move, which we have not created. I think we did create that shit though. Hold on. No, we didn't. We didn't. Smart move. Make a directory for mover. And we want to make a layered move for a smart move. And let's make it an object. That's fine. Okay. I don't think I wrote down all the data that's necessary for this thing. Valuation timestamp, smart move ID, pose match, start time. Sweet. And that data is already accessible to us. But we need to serialize that data so that, because unfortunately, when we do this, this is in the output state, so it's not serialized yet. So when we make the layer move, we have to serialize this again, because or we can queue it to be in the next frame, but who knows if that'll work. It'll just be better to fucking do this. And now that I'm thinking about it, we pretty much need a literal copy of the transition to do this, because we need the that's gonna be annoying. We need the smart move ID. We need the database that it's in to find the actual data, to get to the data that we need. I mean, one thing we could do is just fucking hold on. So smart move ID, the database ID, that's fine. That's only 4 bytes instead of 8. Valuation timestamp. This is how we're processing through this. Pose match start time. I'm trying to think if I can get away with not having, because this is 8 bytes, bro. And I'm already serializing this data somewhere else. It's like a waste. So if there's a way where I can cue this to happen in the next frame, well, one way I could do it is, but that would be that would be trash because when we apply this, we will step the well, not necessarily, because when I call this function, I return. So this is just applying all of the data. Mm, hmm. Beep. Keep clutching or what? The one thing I could do is when we start evaluating, I could check if we have a layered move with the same tag as our transition to tag. Um, if we don't, we need to add a. If we don't, and that move has root motion, we need to cue that layered move, and then that layered move will then read the data that's already serialized. That would just be something that'll save, because this way I don't have to do this. I don't have to do this. Um, well, I think I would have to do this. No, I wouldn't have to do this because this is already serialized, and I wouldn't have to. I pretty much wouldn't have to have any data that is the word I'm looking for. I wouldn't have to have any data that's net serialized in here, other than this smart move ID. This would have to be there so that we can diff against, and then everything, all this other shit could be just be searched for. So that'd be a lot easier. Yeah. So we don't want to do layer move here. We want to do, this will be what we do in this function. We apply the tag. We found the move. We pose match to the move if we need to, and then in the function where we evaluate, that's when we'll actually start using this data in other places. The only thing about this is that the systems that are listening for like the tags and shit like that, they would already transition on like that exact frame. I'm still trying to think of a way where I can do this on the frame that it gets applied on, like cue it for the frame, because the one thing I'm thinking about is if I cue it for the next frame, it probably won't get handled until the following frame. But I'm pretty sure I've run this before mover, so it should process on the frame that it gets queued. I could be wrong though. But yeah, I think that's the process I'm gonna go with though, just until I start seeing problems or something like that. So yeah, here, this is where we would check if we need to activate a smart move layer move the mover. Say that 10 times fast. So I'm gonna just make a private function that I could keep updating. I guess we would need the state, the current state. We don't need the output state because the apply root motion should come from the input state. Fuck me. passing it through. Not passing it through, am I? I feel like this got the timestamp in it too. It does. How the fuck am I passing? I don't need this. If we have the start state, we do not need this. I know that for sure. Been a minute. Tell my dinner, put your time in. Hold on, phone is so wide. Business, I'm gonna just go ahead and do this too, because I just have a feeling. I got a feeling that I'm going to need the start state. That I'm going to need the start state. A feeling. Woohoo. That I'm going to need a start state. That I'm going to need a start state. Woohoo! No. Then we gonna do it again. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, so we need our pawn just so that we can get our mover component. Just so that we can actually I think my action script has access to the mover component, so let's just do it like this. You action script component ASC, and this is equal to action script component. Got a problem? Son of a bitch. Oops, that is not what I want. This is not what I want. Okay, so I mean, if we don't have this, that is a problem. So I'm just gonna return early. Probably could be cons, yeah. So we want to say start dot active move dot transition to slam here. And then we're going to need this anyways. Basically, this is just going to return whether or not our mover component has this gameplay tag. And we need this. I do hate doing this, but unfortunately. Turn false, and then basically return whether or not our mover component has gameplay tag for our start dot active move dot transition to, and true. And that will let me know if I need to apply root motion. Wait, no. If we don't have this tag. Yeah. If we don't have this tag, we need to apply root motion. And then this will get applied one time for this move up until another move transitions. That could be a problem for dunks. But I'm not using root motion for dunks, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not using root motion for dunks. I don't think I ever will either. I might, but I doubt it though. So we'll cue a layer move here. And basically, we need to check. We need to check if this smart move has ended. Now I don't know the best way to do that. Oh, this needs to also wow, the parking link. Let me think here. The way to check to see if the smart move has ended is to see if that's kind of hard though, because something like a dunk move, it will stay in a transition. I guess we would. That feels kind of ass too. If I'm thinking about a dunk, a smart move is easy because we can just judge it based off of the time, the duration of it. But a dunk is not that simple. A dunk has 3 sections. but I just thought of the solution, so should be okay. Um, we, mm, but going back to this example, when we press the key and we're doing a dunk, it'll do this start animation. While we're holding the key down, it'll transition to this loop animation right here. And then when we release the key, so let's say this is pressed and this is released. When we release the key, we'll transition to this right here, this the action thing here. And then from here, um this we should have a boolean inside the data asset. Is it my wife? Oh yeah, she's getting off early today. Yeah, we should have a boolean inside of this smart move to end when the duration ends, basically. Like end on should end after this move or something like that. So then basically when we get the move, we say we use the move to determine if we should end. But I'm thinking of the animation side, which is coming kind of like the same thing. We end the state, we end the like the authoritative state that has like anything to do with the movement. We end that shit whenever uh, the move is over. But I feel like that's a flimsy way to do something. But yeah, I think the first approach is to check the data asset and see if it should end. Like if this is a section that could end, basically. If it's not, we just bypass this whole thing. Like trying to compare the hmm. I guess the math that we could do is the data asset has the static length of the move itself, and we know when the transition start frame started. Like we know when we queue up a transition, the start frame is whatever frame we're on, and when we get to a certain point, like if we know that a move should end a like I'm not thinking about like blending out and shit like that. I'm just thinking about just the static data being no longer processed. Um, if we know that that move is the one that needs to stop the execution, then we can get that length, check the time that that move started in our sync state, and then check the current frame that we're on, and convert that to a float and see if that's the same length. If that is greater than or equal to the play length, then we need to go ahead and start getting on out of there. Bennett, I just hand up Bennett. I want to talk about signing. I'm trying to think of a reason I would need to know about the blend out, because I know in like the actual action script I have play montage, and then on blend out we do something. We might like remove a tag or something, or loosen up the feet or something when it blends out. But I could just do that in the data. Like in the data, we can have like a literal curve that says, okay, from here to here, I want you to loosen up the feet. Like that's something that I could literally just put in the curve of the animation. I don't have to wait on a signal from a delegate or something like that to do that. And if I want to send an event when the thing is supposed to blend out, I could just, you know, put it in the place where the blend out should happen, and then um, do that myself. But that might be a little bit difficult when it might be difficult when I'm doing like a dunk or something. Bean, is that you? You fit? All right, dog. Now my blood is going elsewhere. I need this blood, Sonia. Um, the blood that's transferring, I need it. You want some fruit? I already had some. I'm gonna need some. Okay. Yes. So the first part of this is to fucking actually. Wouldn't I know this if this was the action section? Like, if it's in the action like if the section is action, that's usually like the last part. So we don't need to do this. Waste of data. Waste of my time. Yeah, let's do a little bit. Let's go a little bit. Yeah, let's go low. Cash, yeah, I need it, bro. Hit him with a home run. Hit him with a home run. I'm trying to think of any case where we would want to cancel out like of a start or something like that. But if we're evaluating the same move with the same tag, we are waiting for the action to happen. I don't think there will be a case where I'm in the start of a move and then I want to end from a start. If I want to end from a start, I'll just put it in the action block, and I'll leave the start and whatchamacallit empty. Yeah, I'm gone in a bit. I'm gone in a bit. Been a minute. Somebody didn't put your time, man. Mm-hmm. Okay, this also should not run if we don't have a Hit on with a home run. Hit on with a home run. Got a little hoes in it on some. Come on, let's go for a private. I haven't used these functions in a long time. Oh, convert frames to time. This will be good. Been a minute. Somebody end up with your time. Hold on, my phone is. Come on, let's go for a private. I don't think anything happens here because our animation is handling the visual layer, and then this is actually handling the execution layer. Yeah, I'm going in a bit. I'm going in a bit. I know this needs to remove. So we really don't need this output. We can take this, bring it over here. We can edit the. I'll probably make a function for the active move to clear itself. Because if we're ending the move, we're clearing it. Like we don't need to have any of the old data there. Can I do this? Like, can I do that? Would that be possible? Like, is that valid code for a struct? Hold on, I gotta make sure I'm in the right account. No. Yeah. All right, I'm trusting you. Score, you could put flats on jersey, yeah. You gotta let me know if this hoe really working, yeah. All right, sit back. Is it really worth it? Yeah. And I'm geek. I sell Dior. Philippe. 200 on the dash. New flex. My bad. Feeling me. This hoe feeling me. I don't know if we need anything. Because, I mean, like I said, the animation system is the presentation layer. Once this thing says, hey, we're in a smart move, the animation system will pretty much run this same functionality right here with the data that is from the sync state. Like it'll run pretty much all of this itself. I probably could make this into a function so that I could just call it easier. But it is a little bit different for the animation system. You gotta let me know if this all really worth it, yeah. On it, yeah, I think the only thing I need to do now is to write the smart move that takes the information out of the active move or the current cache move. And there's, of course, I think there's something that needs to happen in the like when we roll back. So like when this rolls back, simulation rollback. Yeah, because we use that move to check things. So when we roll back, we just need to make sure that when the server makes a choice, we roll back and we ultimately choose the same thing as the server. Everything else, the data, like the input data that we're going to be using, that will be agreed upon. So we just pretty much need to verify the And the way to do that would be to get this, all of this, and eventually we need to get, where's this at? This, we need to get this. We need to run this whole function basically. This is already in the sync state because that's something that we're writing to the sync state. But since this is based on data that comes from the state, we need to run it again to make sure that we cache the right move, essentially. I'm just going to grab all of this stuff. And I can see that I made a mistake here. After we do this, we need to set the current move equal to the move to transition to. I'm gonna just copy this whole function. I mean, basically, we need to run this function, but we don't need to do everything. Hit him with a lane change. Okay, we don't need that because we don't need to do any output stuff. I got 10 freaky bitches going ways. Pull up, lay down. Lay down. I'm yeah. Score, you could put flat on jersey. Yeah. You gotta let me know if this whole really working, yeah. And it sucks that we have to do this comparison whenever we roll back. But we need to make sure that we are using the correct data at all points in times. It just makes it easier on us. Oh, we actually don't need to do this. We don't need to do the pose match. We just need to do this. Yeah. Coverage angle. Yeah. This is something that we would need to. Ooh, fuck. That's actually not good. We don't know what the coverage angle is. That's ass. The coverage angle comes from this guy. And this is not in the sync state to get rewound. But the coverage angle is necessary to find the right data. That's the whole. That is really important. Fuck. Okay. When we roll back, we have the move that we're transitioning to, but we also have the transition from. So we have the transition from move itself, like the actual tag. But that's just the thing. We would need to know like the transition from coverage angle. And so instead of using this, we would just use the transition from coverage angle, and we would do something in the. Ooh, but how would that be done though? Well, when we have the data in the sync state, we should be able to fetch. God damn, that's tough. Yeah, that's tough. We'd essentially have to put the coverage angle in the sync state. And whenever we transition like this, like so when the server has this and it gets this coverage angle, we need to put that in the sync state. That's the only way. Lay down. Unfortunately. So only thing is that so yeah, we would still end up using the local data for prediction. But when we roll back, we do need that coverage angle. There's no way around that because this move points to a group of moves that are valid for that move. So the transition from like basically the coverage angle is just one value. And really it could be a unit 8. Yeah. Score, you could put flat out dirty. Yeah. You gotta let me know if this whole really working. Yeah. All right, we gotta do this again. It's all good. That's fine. New honey on the dash. New flex, my bad. Feeling me, how this whole feeling. Okay. This bitch is way bigger than I thought. 2, 4, 6, 10, 14, 18, 19, 20. 20 bytes for a move transition, for a new move. And then plus whatever, the fucking layered move costs. Actually expensive as fuck to it's actually expensive as fuck to clear the move too, because you gotta send 20 bytes of empty data. Jesus. Unfortunate. I could have a bit for nah, that would be stupid. That'd be stupid. Well, it could be. Could be a saving. Where we just send a byte. Not a bit saying, hey, this is turned off. And then if it's turned off, we just don't do anything. We do no serialization. If it's turned off, everything is set to whatchamacallit. Everything is set locally to. I wonder if you can do that for. You can probably do that for every struct, where every struct has like a boolean on whether or not it's like active or inactive, and then if it's active, we start serializing. We serialize that it's active, and then we serialize all the data. Yeah, I think that'll be a good approach for that because I'm going to be like what moves are the thing that's going to be doing populating, clearing, populating, clear. Like that shit's gonna be happening so often. I'm gonna be sending 40 bytes to start and stop a move is fucking stupid. But if I could send, you know, 20 in a bit saying, hey, this is active, and then a bit saying, no, this is not active. Um, save me some precious memory or bandwidth, wherever this is, if I can find it. So yeah, basically have a like a boolean on here. false by default. And then we want to we always serialize this. And then if this is active, we want to do this. Else. Same thing. Pretty much same thing as this. We always do this. If it's active, we want to do the delta serialization. If not, shit, there's no reason to even think about it. Clearing the move will set it to, whatchamacallit? Oh, you know what? That might actually fuck me. So doing this is going to fuck me. We have to manually set all of these, whatchamacallit? I'm just going to make a function. Score, you could put foot on dirty, you gotta let me know if this hoe really working, yeah. Listen, then I'll get. And then clear would literally just set this value to true, maybe. Well, yeah. This would have to say, what is Ryder doing, bro? So this starts off as false. And then when we construct this in C++, we'll set this to true. Well, wouldn't necessarily set it to true. We just set the one that we have to true when we request a move. We'll set that to true, and then everything else should just work. But it's possible that that'll fuck something up. New flag, my bad. Okay. I think that'll be fine. No. I don't even know what I was doing. Roll back. There we go. Okay, so with rollback, we know the coverage angle. We don't have to think about it. The coverage angle comes from the sync state. And then that means here, if we had a local coverage angle, we need to store that. Okay, so that handles rollback. As long as we have this, whenever we yeah, whenever we roll back, we'll update our smart move here. And really, if we don't have one of these, well, actually, we want to do this anyways. It doesn't matter. We want this to run every time, every rollback. And then, excuse me. Yeah, the only thing I would need to write, there's a couple of things I need to write, which is the layered move, and then pretty much all the jitter functions to find the proper move and all that stuff. And when I'm writing the layered move, I'll end up writing those functions as static functions so that I could use them in the animation system fairly easy. But I'm going to get off. My wife is here, so I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll probably do some of this work later on today if I don't end up playing Apex. I'm going to store this real quick. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.